Got to be able to put this on YouTube later. Before we get started, let's read the tips screen, because I'm sure this is vital. I played the beginning of this. I skipped all the cutscenes. I just wanted to make sure the game was going to work. As Travis explores, he will find maps for the locations he visits in Silent Hill. These maps will be... Wait, that scrolls. These maps will be useful in your travels. Travis will make note of important items and doors on the map as he discovers them. Check your map if you get lost or aren't sure what to do next. I don't think this is the most important thing I could have read, actually. Wait, throwing? Okay. Throwing's new. As Travis explores Silent Hill, he will discover what appear to be two overlapping versions of the town. The deserted streets of the misty world, and the dark, dangerous nightmare that is the other world. Travis can use mirrors to move between these realities. Stand in front of a mirror and press X, face into the other world. Mirrors work both directions and can be used an unlimited number of times. That's new. Travis loses health items. Great. Grab Travis. Two types of grapple attacks, both requiring a different response. When you see an icon with a moving arrow over it, you must hammer the button as fast as you can to repel the enemy. Quick time events. Items. Inventory screen. I'm just reading through the footnotes at this point. L1, R1, cycle through item types. Examine, equip, reload, use. Cool. Sweet. The most useful thing in there was that enemies grab you, and you have to mash a button to make them not. You say that, Evil, but watch me beat this game with no deaths. This game doesn't have a difficulty select. Oh yeah, we need the face cam. You are correct. Let me just grab that sucker. Hold on. Also, let me... I'm gonna turn the face cam on, but I gotta set the mood. Add existing. Here we go. Okay, again, we don't need a 16:9 webcam. Hold on. Sneeze. It went away. I got cucked. I got sneeze cucked. I keep hearing a sound effect from Resident Evil. Sorry to say. And where is Sky Knight? I don't know. He's doing the monster mash. Oh, it's so bright. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna go turn the main light off. I'm gonna play this game in the dark. I have just enough light that you guys can see me. I can't see shit. I'm sure Sky Knight will be here soon. Alright, does the webcam look good? I don't want to delay getting started any longer. But I think that looks okay. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is my face is in it. Okay, new game. No deaths. Calling it now. But subtitles on. Vibe on. Hell yeah. Okay, I think the game's... Never mind, it's fine. Hey, hold on. Hold on. Something cool's happening. We're not getting audio, are we? It wouldn't be one of my streams if we didn't mess something up. I know we're getting mic audio, but we weren't getting game audio, were we? Queen Braun is not impressed. We're just gonna reset. It's fine. We're working out the kinks before we even get started. I mean, can you really complain? This game was made by Climax. Hey, wait till you see how good I got this game to look. Alright, buddy? I basically HD remastered this game for you.
Who'd I just pass there? That you, good buddy?
Treetop tall and wall to wall. Travis, you messed up son of a bitch. What you doing on my road?
Late on a gig, bud. I'm taking the shortcut past Silent Hill. Stop up for coffee as soon as I hit Brahms. I'm beat.
Bad dreams still keeping you awake. I told you, man, a girl or two would go a long way. Sleep like a baby with a chick in your cab.
Guess I just don't meet the right girls, bud.
Maybe if you weren't always blabbering about losing your balance when you were young, how you don't even remember how, why.
Hey, chill. You don't see me bringing up your issues.
No need. My old lady keeps me fully informed of my feelings. The girl keeps notes.
You mean she hasn't left you yet?
Any day now. See you around, Travis. Take it easy.
10-4. Catch you later, buddy.
Travis Grady in Silent Hill. I've not seen this cutscene prior to just now.
Hey, come back!
That was evil when he was a little girl. So yeah. This is upscaled to HD. H-Dizzle. And when I was testing this out, I must say I like the opening song that plays here quite a lot. I was surprised. Wait, hold on. Can I check my truck? I didn't try last time. That girl, did I hit her? Need to catch up with her. It's almost Christmas, and here we are visiting my hometown.
Is it lonely where you are? Does the darkness know your name? Does mine? What's it like? Can you feel? She said her blood turns to ash. Laughing, Dad, do you know what you've done this time to me? Burning eyes, can't forgive you. Lonely moon drives on, and deep in me, your illusion, what you see in me
Not fog. It's smoke. My God. Someone's in there.
Travis isn't just a trucker, he's your everyday hero. So Travis actually makes a cameo in the Silent Hill films, the second one, specifically, at the very end of the movie. Just a little that's about all I know about Travis, our buddy Travis here. And he's not fireproof.
You're coming with me.
Everything look and sound good, Evil? Sky Knight's not here yet, so I gotta ask you. So, I did see this part because, like I said, I tested out the beginning of the game to make sure it was gonna work correctly. And being burned all over like that, I can't even imagine how painful that would be. When I was a kid, I tripped and fell on a wood stove, and my neck wrapped around the chimney. And I got third-degree burns on my left hand and my neck. So, I can't imagine that pain, but everywhere. It just sounds horrible. My neck got so fucked up from that I had to go to physical therapy.
Safe now. Hey! Someone help her! Where is everyone?
Also, that opening song sounded like the opening song from Resident Evil Dead Aim.
Where am I? Silent Hill. What happened last night? That girl. Did she make it? They would have taken her to the hospital. Kuntz Street. I need to see if she's okay.
Finally, we're at the beginning of the scary part, says Evil. Spoilers, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Silent Hill's not... I didn't think this was going to be a scary game. So, in Silent Hill 2, which I played not that long ago, I ran all over the goddamn place looking for items, and I'm going to do that again with this game. For your convenience. Closing down. Everything must go. It's like when Movie Gallery closed. Alright, so welcome to Bangor. This is the town I grew up in. Basically looks like this before 11 o'clock every day. Because before 11 o'clock, none of the stores are open usually. Oh, and yep, here's the Chinese restaurant. Across this way a little, there's number 1 Chinese, which is my favorite restaurant. Because as a kid, I always read it as No One Chinese. Got a health drink. Isn't that a staple? This road over here is closed, which means the singing bridge must be under repair. Ah! Sky Knight's joined us. You got here just in time, Sky Knight, to miss the really good opening music. But it's okay, I'll play a facsimile of it for you real quick. Basically the same thing. Andy's bookstore is locked. He does need a Budweiser. One for each hand. Alright, I'm just kidding. That was the opening song from Resident Evil Dead Aim. I wanted to play that just for comparison's sake. Musical notation. Alright, well here's the hospital. I pretty much explored all I'm allowed to explore, I guess. Also, I noticed this when I was testing the game. This Cool Cola vending machine. I could go for a Cool Cola. Was it everything we hoped for? What? The song? Under construction. Currently, the second and third floors of the hospital are undergoing renovations. At this time, they are closed to patients and visitors. Work continues in earnest, and the hospital management thanks you for your continued cooperation as we try to minimize the disruption. We estimate the construction will be completed within 6 months. The restructuring of the third floor will almost double our capacity for inpatients and introduce cleaner, more modern facilities. Here at Alchemilla, the quality of care we provide to you, our valued patient, is of the utmost importance. Dr. Phillips, chairman of Alchemilla Board. Now, in real life, it would be called Eastern Maine, but I can forgive them for changing the name. You know, this layout for the hospital looks way more sane than it ever did in Silent Hill 2. Let me just put that out there right now. Now, there's no one here because it's not 11 o'clock yet, I imagine. Save. Save over my test save. Now, I had a test save because I had an issue that was cropping up that I had to fix. But it's fixed now. Just some magazines. I don't have any change. Who would I call anyway? It's locked. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything against the healthcare industry. I do think it's a good setting for horror, though. Because it is a scary place, although for pretty sane reasons in real life. The music beckons. Is this a horror game or a Linkin Park music video?
Hey, you a doctor?
Can I help you?
That fire last night. The girl who was burned. Is she here?
A girl? We've received no new patients in the last day or so. Was she hurt?
She was burned all over.
Are you a relative? What did you say her name was?
I don't know her name. I was the one who saved her from the fire. She must have been brought here. Is there another hospital?
I'm sorry. Perhaps someone in reception could help you. I have urgent business to attend to. Goodbye.
Now, I'm pretty sure this doctor dude is in Silent Hill 1. But I could be mistaken. Obviously, this hospital is in Silent Hill 1, so... And this is a prequel to that game. Anyway, we're gonna be a creep and follow the doctor. Cursor moves kinda slowly, but that's okay. So this was originally a PS2 game, and then it got a port to the, sorry, PSP game, and then it got a port to the PS2. Which is interesting. And this is as far as I tested. I stopped here.
Yes?
So if anything goes wrong after this point, it's not my fault. Stop. Hammer time. Okay, now I just need to know, can I stomp on her? Sweet. Because I read that weapons have durability, so I think it wise to not break them. Something's blocking it. I can't open the door. The gurney is stained with blood. Some of it still seems wet. So he sees blood on a gurney and he touches it. Actually, no, I'm going to assume he didn't touch it because he says it seems wet. He didn't know for sure. Medical charts, they mean nothing to me. He licked it. Yep. Looks like blood. Tastes like blood. Preliminary diagnosis. 3rd-degree burns. Patient is unconscious. Something has prevented damage spreading to the internal organs. Tissue damage is limited to the epidermis and extremities of limbs. How is this possible? She only cooked on the outside. That's a thought. I really feel sympathy pains for anyone who gets burned. There's something wrong with the mirror. The reflection isn't right. Looks right to me. Scungilly man. Scungilly man. I don't know who that is, but I think that it might be Alessa. I could be wrong about that.
You're the girl from the fire. How did you... I'm seeing things. This ain't right.
Scalpel. Which is a weapon. Okay. I got some plastic lungs. It's always good to have a backup. Got a health drink. Now, this is the first time it's the first time in a long time I've played a Silent Hill game that I've never played before. So I really have no idea what's about to happen, and it is a little nerve-wracking playing a horror game for the very first time, but I wouldn't say I'm scared yet. More so just worried I might get lost. You're gonna get scalpeled, bitch. Also, something I do appreciate, the camera control is instantaneous. I don't have to wait for it to whip around like I did in 2. Still can't open the door. Still can't open the door. So I wonder what they're gonna do with the game, since you can swap between worlds at will. In all the other ones, it was just predetermined locations would swap you to the other world. And once you were there was no going back until you were done. I wonder if this one's gonna have you solve puzzles that require dimension swapping. Well, you can tell it's a Silent Hill game when 95% of the doors are broken. And when that album sounds like you pirated a Nine Inch Nails soundtrack. I guess we're going down. Ow, fuck. You got me. Oh, my scalpel broke. Alright, time to eat the fist of justice. Wow, what do they make scalpels out of these days? Man, I wish James had the fist of justice. Travis is fucking an ass kicker. Hey, Neo. Yeah, it was a glass scalpel. There's a fly flying around. Get out of here. There's a death mask on the door. Underneath is a plaque which reads, "Even the blind have need of eyes if they wish to gaze at the future." Okay, let's go get some eyes. I've got lungs. Can I interest you in some lungs? You look like you're about to tell spooky ghost stories. Yes, it is the lighting. I have lighting on that is like a soft yellow. Kind of gives it a campfire vibe. Because the rest of the lighting in my house is off. Because it's spooky horror game night. And last time everyone decided they liked the yellow lighting. There's an oval depression in the door. Underneath is a plaque which reads, "Even in this inferno, from out of the flames I saw life born anew." What's the deal with horror movies? What's the deal? Kramer! What's the deal with horror movies? I don't know. I don't like horror movies all that much. They're scary to me. I can't watch most horror movies without getting frightened. I think the only conclusion I can come to that seems to make any logical sense is horror games, I'm in control of the player, and so I don't feel as helpless. In a horror movie, all you can do is sit and watch. So when I'm experiencing the horror firsthand in a horror game, at least I can, you know, try my hardest to fight back, but when I'm watching a horror movie, and you're just seeing someone else doing everything, it's like I'm helpless to do anything but watch. I feel like that makes sense, some sense. Here's an egg, by the way. This is the egg from the end of Silent Hill 2. Never mind, it's not the right color. That's the phoenix egg. Parts of this note are obscured. Worry not. I have used to contain her power. No one will come to her aid. One of the 5. Hide them. Protect them. Okay, dude. I'll do that. Redacted. And well, it wasn't redacted by the government, but yeah, redacted. Very unprofessionally redacted with like a pen. That's the kind of redacted where you could hold it up to a light and still kind of make out what it said. Broken lock. There we go. Oh, I wonder what's in here. This heart of mine troubles me with its trembling. To still it, I have put it on ice and locked it away. Remember the three beauties who cause it to pump, so are the key. Age before beauty. Okay. Yo, is that a TV? I got a portable TV. Also, about the insane filter over the screen, I can't lessen that or turn it off, so we're just gonna have to deal with it. And this nurse is gonna eat the fist of justice. Give me a horror game with breakable weapons, and I'm gonna conserve those sons of bitches. How much fisting is going to be in this game? Probably not much once I get past the first enemy type. Items... Use. Also, I'd like to point out something I discovered when I was testing this game out. If you go into your options, you get the jam button. So if you go down to the third option, instant jams, or at least it was when I was testing it. There it is. Jam alert. Anyway, we opened the door. It's like a dinosaur saying, I'm hip. Can I use this mirror to go to the other world? Having trouble with your anatomy class? Find that getting them out is much easier than putting them back in? Just remember this easy mnemonic. Inside Stevie, little Henry lurks. Instlehellerlu. It's like that image that said, she hated chemistry class, and then in red letters it said, he ate her ass. I don't think it's quite the upside down, no. The cistern lid is loose. Remove it? Yes. That what that thing's called? I got a plastic liver. Dude, we're gonna build our own person soon. Nothing to see, just a filthy toilet. Because I'm in a hospital. What else is there to do in a hospital, Sky Knight? Ugh. Yep. Here we are in the normal world again. An energy drink. Amy 31. Somebody write that down. I got the staff lounge key. Someone has written on the door, it says Amy 31. It's a glory hole ad. How do I open my map? Oh, there we go. So we're on the first floor. Okay, we're back in a room we've been in already, because that's the lobby right there. Let's go save. I don't know if this game makes you load your last save when you die, but I'm just gonna assume it does. And if I'm going around giving nurses the fist of justice, I'm probably gonna die. Is this... Okay, it's just a loose floor tile, I guess. Now, I got a key. Hold on, let me check what key I got. Staff Lounge. I guess it's Fists of Justice. But Fist of Justice just sounds cooler. American Justice, because we're in Maine right now in the game. Not only are we in America, but we're in the OG America. Back when America was only 13 colonies. Well, that's not when the game takes place, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah, OG genocide. Represent. Hemingway. An energy drink. Just old textbooks, reports, and magazines. Nothing I need. Okay. Neo, I demonstrated to Sky how much this game's town looks like a town I grew up in. Just, alright, cool. Nothing. Absolutely nothing important on that. Lucy 23. Did anyone write down Amy's number? I got a toaster. Yeah. That's what I do when I see a toaster, is just take the fucking thing. It's like 31 or something. 31, yeah, Neo got it. Alright, we got 31 and what? Construction. As you know, the renovations to the upper floors have run into problems. I'll check Lucy's number again in a second. The plumbing leak and the substandard materials used have forced us to close off the third floor until further notice. We are reminded of the familiar adage, you get what you pay for. We now face 6 more months of work, reducing our capacity for the coming year. We'll have to cut spending on inpatient care and consultancy fees for 50%, by 50%. Therefore, we ask doctors to refrain from committing patients and encourage home stays instead. Unless they're dying in your arms, don't book them in. Staff party. Worry not, the staff party is still on. Our recreation budget is locked away where no one can tamper. Everyone meet at Annie's Bar at 8 p.m. on Friday. Alcohol, medicinal, of course. And food will be free. Arrive early to grab a trainee nurse. They go quick. That feels interesting. By grab a trainee nurse, does that mean take advantage of a young lady? Yeah, wow, casually rapey. That's the Skynet put it into more beautiful words than I ever could have. Lucy was 23. So we got 31 and 23. Seems jammed. I can't open the door. I think they were making a joke about medicinal alcohol because they're doctors. Not because medicinal alcohol usually isn't drinkable. There's like a clear distinction between the two. Rubbing alcohol, for example, I would say falls under the medicinal category, and you're gonna have a real fun time if you drink any of it. Notice about a recent fundraising event. Okay, I thought it was more important since he looked up at it. At least it's still daytime out. Seems jammed. Locked from the inside. Don't help him. Let him be incompetent on his own. Oh, I'm sorry, Evil. I'm sorry that I have friends in the chat who can help me. Yeah, Prohibition era. Yeah, I can understand that. This doesn't take place during Prohibition. If this takes place before Silent Hill 1 and 2, this takes place in, like, the 70s. Actually, I don't know if 2 takes place before or after 1. 2 takes place in the 70s. I don't know what year this one takes place. But it's definitely more modern than Prohibition. I know Prohibition was in, like, the 30s, or whatever. When was Prohibition? My point is that this is well after Prohibition, so they wouldn't have to, you know, make alcohol seem like it wasn't alcohol. Not probation. How the fuck do you spell prohibition? Prohibition. 1920s, asshole. Evil is only getting so pissed because he remembers it like it was yesterday. If you want to watch a fun anime about Prohibition, watch 91 Days. Can we go to floor 3? Nope, it's floor 1 or 2 or nothing. Now, is this going to take us back to the... Wait a minute, we ran into evil nurses up here before we went to the other world. So there's monsters in both worlds, which I guess is standard. Now that I think about it. Maybe that wasn't a monster nurse and we just punched out some lady. My character's having... a bunch of medical pamphlets, tropical disease, baby vitamins, flu shots, that kind of stuff. My character is, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Hold on, I got another key, and I never checked where it went. I don't think so. Exam room. Never mind, I don't need to be here yet. I need to pay more attention to the things I'm picking up. Guys, by the way, I've never played this game before, so if you have any questions, genuine questions about the game, Evil's the resident Silent Hill Origins expert. So, Evil, when does the game get scary? No, I'm the Resident Evil expert. Evil's the... this. Bazinga. Oh wait, I get what you're saying. He is the Resident Evil. Bazinga. I gotta look at the camera when I say it. I got too used to having the camera off. Where was the exam room? Dumbass. It was right around the corner. Hey, here's the person we get to build. It's a plastic anatomy doll that's missing some parts. Take a look. Wait, this has to do with that acronym. There's an order to these things. First I need to find all the organs, though. Oh, here we go. Stomach. What is this, intestines? Little Susie's inside of Timmy. That wasn't quite right. There's a light box on the wall. Turn it on. Yeah. Someone has written on the x-ray. It says Sarah 19. Notice to all staff. It is forbidden to enter my office. Unaccompanied until further notice. Dr. Kaufman. Insta-li-helu. How did you remember that, Sky Knight? That's like, Lali-lule-lo. I'm still missing a part. Yo, typewriter. It's not for saving. It's for bashing brains in. Is there a limit to how many weapons I can carry? Because I have a lot of shit in my pockets all of a sudden. I got a whole ass TV in my back pocket. Okay, we gotta go get the heart, which is in the thing. I'm gonna be real with you guys. PS2 era survival horror is my favorite era for survival horror. Horror games hit their peak on the PS2. It's too bad we don't get games like this very often anymore. Usually, these days, games like this are indie games. So Evil, obviously I know you like this game a lot. Have you played any of the other Silent Hill games? It's a medical icebox with a lock. Take a look. Yeah. 1927-31, right? Okay, 7 is broken. Didn't it say it was a 3-digit code? $31 and 23? Oh, I thought it was 27. Bam, did it. Got the heart. Yeah, 19 was Sarah. Is anyone... Oh. Time for the Fist of Justice. Has anyone here played... Wow. What was the code? It was 31 23 19. 2319! We got a 2319! Um... Okay, I was gonna ask, has anyone here eaten heart? No. I'll be more specific with you. I've not eaten heart, but I have eaten a deer's heart. One time, I ate a deer heart. It was very irony. As in, it tasted like iron. No. Unless you like the taste of pennies, no, it wasn't raw, it was cooked. It was prepared properly. Alright, I need that acronym again. So we can put this person back together the right way. Intestines. Stomach. Liver. Heart. Lungs. The doll's eyes have opened. I got some glass eyes. Cool, now we can go open the other door. This is just standard Silent Hill puzzle solving. Neo, is this the first time you've seen a Silent Hill game? No, okay. Actually, I can get to the world through the bathroom. Okay, let me check my health, by the way. Status is green. I'm gonna assume that means good. No stabby. Only fist. There's the second one. Travis, kill her, quick. Ow. Okay, fuck. Fists aren't working. It's time for big bottle. Now you get the fist. I'm glad this game relies on the same kind of health bar of just static and guessing how much health you might have. I can't see how many... Oh, okay, there you are. That's my favorite way to DM. Just guessing how much health you have. Nothing in the sink. Oh, but there's a body on the bed. And the music stopped. She's been cut open and her eyes are missing. What kind of monster could have done this? I don't know. But I do see a scalpel. What do we got over here? Oh, a vagina door. Oh, I recognize you. You're a monster from Silent Hill 2. And the first one, if I'm not mistaken. Sledgehammer broke. It's time for the Fist of Justice. Stomp on his dick. That's how excited it is to see the Fist of Justice. Yeah. I can't remember if there were enemies like that in Silent Hill 1, but I know in Silent Hill 2 that enemy type shows up. And they crawl around on the ground and they're really annoying. And they like hide under cars. Back to full health. I got the future piece.
What is this? You. What was that thing? This isn't happening.
It was a man stuck in a straitjacket.
Are you okay?
Yo, if it's a cop... Oh, okay. It's a nurse.
Sorry, did I startle you?
It's Lisa.
My name is Lisa. I'm a trainee here. Are you waiting for someone?
No. No, I'm just... Well... I'm done here. Name's Travis. Nice to meet you, Lisa.
You sure you're okay? You look a little shaken up. Sorry.
No, it's okay. To be honest, I've been a little off all day. I was in a fire last night. I think it boiled my brain a little.
The fire in the business district? How awful. I heard about that. No one knows how it got started. And that poor girl, Alessa Gillespie, to die like that.
Alessa? She died?
Yes. Sorry, did you know her?
No. But... never mind.
Well, I have to run. Dr. Kaufman wants to meet me over at Cedar Grove Sanitarium, and he'll be mad if I'm late. Maybe see you around? Take it easy, Travis.
You too, Lisa.
He likes to bend me over the gravestones. Helps him get his rocks off. I mean, what? Let's save. Lisa is a character also from Silent Hill 1. It's kind of nice seeing her in higher detail and not turning into a monster. What happens in the graveyard stays in the graveyard. It's the bone zone, is really what it is. It's where you put your bones. Are we done in the hospital? I mean, I don't mind getting the hospital done and out of the way first. The hospital section is, like, notoriously awful in most Silent Hill games. None of the doors are marked off anymore. This is like the other world. Now we're gonna go this way, and the doctor's gonna be getting on the elevator, and it's gonna turn out that we're stuck in a time loop. Push the button, but the elevator doesn't come. Alright, never mind. Also, I need to point out that in Maine, our nurses don't dress like that. They usually just have those blue scrubs on. Maybe you should push it more. Gotta really work it if you want to make the elevator come. Alchemilla Hospital. Well, we're all done with that place. Now, do we get to go to the school next? I don't actually know what happens next. I have no idea. This is the first time in years I've played a Silent Hill game that I've never played before. Got a health drink. I've been excited about this all day, and all yesterday, and all the day before that. I was like, finally, a chance to play a horror game I haven't played yet. Hospital section wasn't too bad. I liked the enemy that popped up at the end. Throw me in the trash! Bazinga. Oh, they run at you now. That's cool. I'm gonna do what I always do in Silent Hill games and not fight any enemies out here. See ya. Who would park their van in such an awful spot? Gardner's fishing tackle. There's a town in Maine called Gardner. An energy drink. Ah. Cool. I like the fog. You know, when the HD versions of Silent Hill 2 and 3 came out, they actually took the fog out. And then they added it back in a patch, because people were like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Put the fog back. Another enemy. Ow, fuck. Ooh. Don't like that. I pressed the wrong button. Okay, they definitely didn't do that in classic Silent Hill. No! Leave me alone! I need to hoard health items. And weapons, because they're all limited. Lumberyard. Let me take a look at the map real quick. Where are we? Midway Ave. Well, there's a cemetery. Town hall. Pet shop. Florists. Let's go to the florist. You like jazz? My character has asthma. Which is typical for Silent Hill protagonists. Never mind, we can't go to the florist. But I wanted a floral arrangement. Maybe we can go to the town hall. It's a relatable trait. It is. I too have asthma. Which is why I make that joke whenever a character can't run. For long. Okay, well, we can't go in the town hall, but we got a health drink. Maybe we can go up that way and get to the florist. I really want to go to the florist. I need to get some flowers to give to Lisa next time I see her. Snake has asthma, he just doesn't talk about it. Snake can run for miles without running out of breath. What are you talking about? Alright, now we're going to butt checkers, or whatever that says. What does that say? Oh. Butchers. Fresh and smoked sausage. Oh, I think we actually can go in the butcher shop. What does Adam have on his mind? Nothing. It just... Butcher's sideways looked weird to me. I'll have an order of Futbucker. I will take that health drink, though. Just some meat. Dude, that's not just some meat. That's like half of a cow. It won't open. It's okay. There's probably like an entire generation of maggots in that thing. Another piece of meat. Okay, what's this cool noise going on back here? Travis just watches. Says nothing. So we got a Pyramid Head dude. Walks like Pyramid Head, but he doesn't have the pyramid on his head. And, he didn't, have a big... He had a butcher's knife, but not like a big knife. However, he did just kill a monster, which is a typical Pyramid Head thing. So maybe this butcher dude is Pyramid Head. This is awful. She's been cut almost in half. Yeah, from womb to... Anyway. Cut out the womb. Alright, well, let's just go follow him. It's the only logical thing to do. I'm sure I'm gonna fight this guy with TVs and a sledgehammer. Free candy van. Why would they remove the fog? It's so atmospheric. Exactly. Now, this isn't Silent Hill 2 or 3, this is Origins, but all of the Silent Hill games have the fog, and it... Originally, the fog was, a performance thing. The games ran better because they had lower draw distance, but you couldn't tell because the fog obscured the loading. Get rid of the fog, they got rid of the fog on the HD versions because the draw distance was further, and they wanted to show it off, but it ruins the atmosphere a little bit. Well, quite a bit when you get rid of the fog. So the fog is two things. It's good atmosphere, and it hides the fact that the games have a short draw distance, which allows them to have better graphics and still run better than your typical... Like, Silent Hill 1 on the PS1 is a good fucking looking PS1 game, and it runs great because it has such a low draw distance. And that's thanks to the fog being able to hide it so convincingly. You never get to see the draw distance because it's always just behind the fog. Someone has written on the ticket, "She's asleep now." Yeah, it was like necessity bred... Well, necessity is the mother of invention, but it was like atmosphere bred from necessity. Limitation breeds creativity in the game industry, and a lot of industry. Please come again. Oh, hell yeah, let's get the hell out of Silent Hill. Why does that make your heart sing? I was quoting Shigeru Miyamoto. Actually, I don't know if that was Miyamoto that said that, but it was somebody at Nintendo that said that. But it's true. I mean, it's the same kind of thing as necessity is the mother of invention. Limitation breeds creativity because when you limit what you're able to do, you have to be creative if you want to accomplish more. So, you want a really good-looking PS1 game, but you don't want it to run like trash? Make it foggy to hide the short draw distance. Resident Evil, for example, has pretty good-looking graphics, but its backgrounds are pre-rendered. Silent Hill on the PS1, same console, same hardware, fully 3D city to explore. Arguably better graphics than Resident Evil 1. Yeah, are you talking about how they basically they had to be a bit more conservative back in the day? You couldn't be you had to be on the nose with some stuff. You couldn't. Yeah, I get what you're saying. They couldn't just go all out. While I might not be a huge fan of Family Guy, I can appreciate the comparison. Hi, Gear. Gear has words of wisdom for us. I need to grab a drink. I need to get a drink real quick. I am very dry at the moment. So let me finally utilize my BRB screen that I made and have never used while I go make a drink. Okay, I got a drink. What are we talking about? Just talk about Family Guy. Okay, hold on, let's see. Wow, you guys said a lot while I was gone. Everyone said hi to Gear. Family Guy's a show of zingers. I find many of them amusing. In general, meh. Can we stretch his face like Mario 64? No. I can make it bigger though, so it kind of fits the screen better. The Wario screen, crying Neo. It does have the flaw of being very much a clone. Blah blah blah. Family Guy struggles to tell stories, which is funny considering the half-hour format they shine at telling. What would you even call it? Micro stories. Very samey. Adam's avatar is looking into my soul. It feels like I've seen these way too fast zingers, and they are very crude. Okay, we're caught up. How loud the snow outside is. And your haunting avatar. Yeah, but with this much bullocks, the joke is lost, so it ends flat. Okay. We're caught up. You guys had a lot to say about Family Guy. Is it snowing where you guys are? Any of you? It's not snowing here at the moment. By the way, cheers. Finally got the drink I was after. Acadia. Oh, I didn't notice there was a circle here. I guess we're going to Cedar Grove Sanitarium. Cool. Next stop, the sanitarium. There is an old sanitarium in Bangor. I used to go with my uncle and take his dog out to shit on the sanitarium, on the old sanitarium's lot, and then scoop it up because it's been turned into the area around it's been turned into like a park. I don't know. The building is still used for something. Obviously not ice pick lobotomies, but I don't think it has anything to do with medical stuff anymore. Is that a box of ammo? Hell yeah. Target, wait, what? You gonna tell me I get like a BB gun in this game? What did that say? Target ammo. Oh, no, it's just ammo meant for target practice. 22. But not a very high caliber. A baby could shoot a 22. Guys, in my entire life, I've seen like 6 episodes of Family Guy. I'm gonna check around the lot before we go inside. Probably enough to get a gist. Yeah, I'd say enough to get a gist. I've seen even less of The Simpsons, which I feel... I kind of wish I'd seen more of The Simpsons. Oh, I realized I left my light on. Hold on. Totally killing the atmosphere. Most of them are the Halloween specials. You like Halloween stuff, Sky Knight. Or at least you seem to. Halloween is my favorite month out of the year, so yeah, I agree. I love the entire month of Halloween. It's the only holiday. Anybody here doing anything? Well, we know Evil's wrapping Christmas gifts. Anyone else got any Christmas plans this year? I'm not really seeing any items. We're gonna head inside. The celebration of cosplay and free candy. Absolutely. Halloween is the perfect day for cosplaying and not being called a freak. Christmas is next week, believe it or not, and you plan to do absolutely nothing on Christmas. So I'm gonna put out a question here. You guys want to do a Christmas stream? Got told you got a diet. Got told by a medical professional? Or got told by like a friend or what? There's nothing of interest on the counter. I mean, not that it really matters. I don't have to dive into your personal life. I'm just asking to engage in conversation. I should probably diet, personally. What happens on April 25th? What is April 25th? Hold on. April 25. It's Al Pacino's birthday. It's Al Pacino's birthday on April 25th. Useless, I don't have any change anyway. Okay, so do you guys want to do a Christmas stream? And it's a medical thing. Miss Congeniality. I don't know, that sounds familiar, but I don't know it off the top of my head. Because I could do a Christmas stream, although I'm not sure what I would do exactly. Because I don't have any plans on Christmas. My family doesn't really do Christmas. I like the music playing in here. Lock's broken. What does this say? Day room. Psh, I want the night room. Okay, so I'm not exactly sure why we're here. But the map told us to. The cabinet is jammed shut. Not if we jam it. Dusty and empty. I think I know what the movie is. Though I haven't seen it in a long time, and I haven't heard the name Sandra Bullock since she made that movie about being an astronaut. Yo! I got the... Okay, that's not what I was expecting to get. Thanks for the pistol, little man. I got the filing cabinet. I just stuffed a whole filing cabinet down my pants. Jesus Christ, do I have enough weapons? Reload that son of a bitch. Yeah, don't even put a clip in, just charge the chamber. It's okay, I'm just kidding. I'm not that anal about reload animations. Christmas stream works here, by the way. Okay, I will do a Christmas stream, because honestly I'm not going to be doing anything. And I'm going to have the day off from work. Because the miracle of Christmas is enough of an excuse to give everyone a day off. Surprisingly. The real reason I think we get Christmas off is because, we just don't get enough customers. I feel like the fast food restaurant I work at gives us Christmas off and calls it, a little holiday for everyone. Something blocking it. I can't open the door. When in reality, it's just simply we don't get enough business on Christmas. And instead, it's cheaper to keep the doors locked and not even bother opening the place. Lose less money that way. Anyway, that's enough complaining about work. I got the sanitarium map. Oh, fuck. I hope most of these doors are broken. Here's this lady.
You were at the fire. I saw you there.
Of course you did. That was my house, burning. My daughter, Alessa. You were the one who saved her.
Yeah. She was your daughter? Why did you leave her? Why did no one help? You all left that girl to burn.
So we did. The world is stranger than you think.
You're crazy. What happened to her? Lisa said she was dead.
Alessa is with those who care for her. Do not trust her, Travis. She does not know what she is doing.
How do you know my name? Hey, answer me.
The name's Travis Touchdown, and I'm the last goddamn hero around. Sorry, I can't help it when I hear the name Travis. Anyway, it's weird seeing Dahlia Gillespie so young. By the time Silent Hill 1 hits, she looks like an old lady. And also is one. Just to clarify that she doesn't just look like one. Guys, I got a joke for you at Evil's, fuck, I forgot the word I was gonna say. Expense. I have a joke for everyone at Evil's expense. You ready? Get a tire iron. What does Evil smell like? Expense, you dumb bastard. That's not the punchline, I was just reading Evil's comment. Again, I repeat, what does Evil smell like? Brimstone is Sky Knight's guess? Alright, alright. Mothballs. I was gonna say, depends. Bazinga. Why are you laughing at that, Evil? Don't tell me you actually thought that was funny. That was a mocking laugh. Oh, it was the Titus laugh. Ha! 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 Cinematic. Cinematic camera angles. Ah, shit, what did I just pick up? I mash the button sometimes when I go to grab things and I don't see what I picked up. Nothing important, apparently. Or a screwdriver. A light target pistol. I'm not sure what they mean by target pistol. Because as far as I know, a gun is a gun. Unless it's not a gun. Kind of thing you see on a gun range, it stings more than it bites. That doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, I like the game, but that doesn't make sense. If it shoots 22... Okay. If it shoots .22 caliber rounds, then it is a gun. It is not like a target gun that somehow magically fires regular-ass ammunition, but does less damage. Maybe it's a Nerf gun? It's a Nerf gun that shoots 22 rounds. I'll buy it. Sorry, ma'am, I was reaching for my target gun. Didn't mean to grab my actual gun. They shoot the same bullets, though, but this one does less damage. I just really want one of these vending machines to give me, like, a candy bar. Yo, the Shadow Man approaches. The fuck is that? Okay, wait, is that enemy glitched? Or is that really what it looks like? Oh, that's kind of a sick design, dude. You have like a shadow body. Nerf or nothing. Alright, hold on. Let's try the gun. Okay. It is a gun. I don't know what I was expecting. Beat the Shadow Man. Beat the Shadow Man. Don't tell me the Shadow Man is a glitch. I'm gonna be sad if his graphics are broken. Okay, Evil, you're the resident Silent Hill expert. Is that what that enemy is supposed to look like, or is that a graphics glitch? Because if it's a graphics glitch, I have to fix it. That is how he's supposed to look. Okay, cool. Thank you. It's a very cool enemy design. I was just worried that it was unintentional. I was worried the emulation was bugged. That was the Nightman. Okay, I'm not gonna go to the other side yet. Let's explore this wing of the sanitarium first. Absolutely. Skyknight is my lawyer at the moment and has my ass covered. I'm not gonna lie, though. This is a very difficult game to find a legit copy of. But for the record, I 100% bought this game and am just... and just playing it through emulation so that we can have it in HD and streamable. I wish I could buy this on the PS3 store, for example, but I can't. You can buy this game in one of two formats. Original PS2 disc, original PSP disc. can't stand up to the fist of justice. I swear, if I go to pick up a weapon and it goes weapon inventory full, I'm gonna cry. I need you to represent me like you are Saul, alright? Okay, and apparently this way was blocked. Alright, now we can go, to the other wing, I guess. No, I was talking about Saul. I can't remember his last name, but from Breaking Bad. Who also got his own spin-off show called Better Call Saul. I've never seen it either. I only know of it through osmosis. I'd kind of like to watch it, but I've never actually sat down to watch it. I know it's about a bald chemistry teacher who gets one of his students to help him cook some meth. No stabby stabby. Only fist of justice. Fuck. Fist of justice doesn't work when there's one or more enemies. You get TV'd. What the hell was that? Alright. Who's getting the toaster? Who gets the toaster? Donk. Yeah, the TV is gone. The TV is gone. Get off me, bitch. When did this become Jerry Springer? My dad's evil and he's trying to take over the world. Fuck these enemies. I don't feel like fighting them. I was referencing Austin Powers, but I wasn't even thinking about, evil in chat. For once. No, I don't call evil Daddy. I was talking about Dr. Evil. Scotty-Doo! Can't see anything in the cabinet. I think we got somebody in an iron lung over here. Out of use. In light of the recent accident, I am barring the use of the iron lung equipment. This applies to all staff, including senior nurses. Patient deaths during therapy are not to be treated lightly. I find it hard to believe that someone could accidentally overload every valve on the equipment, and so, until the inquiry has concluded, I must assume the equipment itself is at fault. These precautions are essential. We owe a duty of care to all of our patients, when even the difficulty ones, Dr. Harris. No fucking killing the patients in the iron lung. I can see something metal inside through the window. I saw a short documentary about the last dude in an iron lung. I don't know if he's still in that thing, but recently there was still a dude in an iron lung. Looks like this hasn't been used in a long time. It does sound awful, and I don't really like to think about it, but... I mean... From the patient's perspective, it might be, you know, a miracle that they're able to still be alive. But you're stuck in this thing. I don't know, it's not a subject I like to talk about much. When I was a kid, I had a nebulizer because I had pneumonia when I was 2. So every night when I would lay down, I had to put that on and breathe through that. I think it was called a nebulizer. Maybe I'm using the wrong word. Aren't they looking into kind of stuff like that? I mean, maybe not growing whole new organs, but using stem cells to help with organ transplants? Let me Google if it's a nebulizer that I was thinking of. Nebulizer. Yeah, nebulizer. A nebulizer is a... Yes, that's exactly what a nebulizer is. Yep, I had to go to bed with one of those strapped to my face every night for a while when I was a kid. Just so I could breathe. So how do we get the key in the iron lung? I'm gonna go back and check that out just in case I'm missing something. Yeah, being able to breathe is pretty important. You know, after a while of nebulizer treatments, it went from needing a nebulizer constantly to just needing an inhaler occasionally. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Okay, just turn all the valves up. Ooh, one of these puzzles. I like puzzles like this. Are you going to explode someone's lungs? No, there's no one in this thing. You can tell because if there was somebody in this thing, their head would be popping out here where the pillow is. There's a key inside this thing, though. Obviously there's a breathing sound, which is concerning, but I don't see anyone in the thing, so I'm just going to assume there's no one in here. Let's try this again. I like how on the instructions right here it says, "For have fun." Who scribbled that in? What asshole scribbled that in? Is that on my pillow? It looks awful. Guys, is my pillow a scam? Because I gotta be honest with you, those pillows don't look very comfortable. Let me rephrase that. They don't look any more comfortable than pillows ever have. I kind of feel like it is. Yeah, it's just a goddamn pillow. Like, how magical can your pillow be? Something got spat out of the iron lung. Basement access. Cool. Can't wait to go into the basement. The squatty potty? I don't know what the squatty potty is. Oh my god, this place is huge. Is the squatty potty... No. No, the squatty potty can't be real. No, there's no way there's a product called the squatty potty. I just thought about that for a second. No, it is. It can't be. I'm gonna look this up, and it's gonna be a joke commercial, like the sombrero hat with the pockets. Squatty potty. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Is this a children's toilet? This unicorn changed the way I poop. This isn't real. This is humor.
This is where you're at.
How do I make you watch commercials? Question mark. Is that a real question? I would make a joke about donating bits, but in reality, you just have to pique my interest.
Ice cream comes from. The creamy poop of a mystic unicorn. Totally clean, totally cool, and soft served straight from a sphincter. They're good at pooping. But you know who sucks at pooping? You do. That's because when you sit on a porcelain throne, it's...
Okay, let's put the squatty potty on screen.
muscle puts a kink in the hose and stops the Ben and Jerry's from sliding out smoothly. Is that a problem? I don't know. Are hemorrhoids a problem? Because sitting at this angle can cause hemorrhoids, bloating, constipation, and a buttload of other crap. And seriously, unicorn hemorrhoids? The glitter gets everywhere. But what happens when you go from a sit to a squat? Voila, this muscle relaxes and that kink goes away fast.
Can I show this on Twitch?
Sweet sherbet dookie. Now your colon's open and ready for battle. That's because our bodies were made to poop in a squat, and now there's a product that lets you squat in your own home. Introducing the Squatty Potty. No, Squatty Potty is not a joke. And yes, it will give you the best poop of your life, guaranteed. I don't just mean you bloated lords and hemorrhoidal ladies. I mean everyone. Kink, unkink. Kink, unkink.
I just need to point out something from my knowledge. While we look at a unicorn dropping a dookie. Japanese people shit by squatting. Because the part about squatting being a better way to shit is true.
It's simple science, really. Can't get the last scoop out of the carton. With the Squatty Potty, you get complete elimination. Spend too much time on the chamber pot? The Squatty Potty makes you go twice as fast or your money back. I scream, you scream, and plop, plop, baby. Maybe you're sore from squeezing out solid globs of rocky road. The Squatty Potty gives you a smooth stream of froyo that glides like a virgin swan. Plus, when you're done, it tucks neatly out of sight, thanks to its innovative, patented design. Truly a footstool fit for a constipated king. So, if you're a human being who poops from your butt, click here to order your Squatty Potty today at squattypotty.com. You'll wish you tried it years ago. And if you don't trust the prince, how about your doctor? Shark Tank, HuffPost, NPR, Men's Health, Howard Stern? He poops from his butt. They're all crazy about the Squatty Potty. Not to mention the 2,000 Amazon users who gave the Squatty Potty 5 stars, including the author of this moving haiku.
Oh, Squatty Potty, you fill me with endless joy, yet leave me empty.
So order your Squatty Potty today. I'm not saying it will make your poop as soft as this cookies and cream, but I'm not saying it won't. Squatty Potty, the stool for better stool. Pooping will never be the same. And neither will ice cream. One for you. Very good. How does it taste? Is that delicious? Is that the best thing you've ever had in your life? There you are.
Good job, kid. You really got it off your face. Who here knows what a Japanese toilet looks like? A goddamn rocket ship. Nope, not quite. Oh, no, I'm going to show you guys. I got a picture of one loaded up. Hold on. Maybe. Let me find a good high-resolution image. Open image. There we go. I blanked out the screen because I was worried what might pop up in my search results after the word Japanese. Here's a Japanese toilet. You plant your foot here, and your other foot on the other side, and you put your butt kind of close to the lip thing sticking out, and you do the old squatty potty. Not that I'm complaining, but I think the stream lost audio. I know there's no mouse. What do you mean the stream lost audio? We're looking at a picture of a toilet. Hold on, did you want me to, like, play toilet music to go along with this? Don't worry, I got you covered. A refresh fixed it. I'm glad it fixed it for you. I'm glad that you refreshed and got your audio back in time to hear Halloween farts. Let's get back to the game. Hold on.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Okay, alright, let's get back to the game. That's enough, that's enough toilet humor for tonight. Oh yeah, we're headed to the basement. This is why I shouldn't have even just a little bit of vodka on stream. I mean Coke. All I'm drinking is Coke. No, but it will, I promise. And I think, since we discussed Tuesdays being a day for us to do variety stuff, a Tuesday will probably be a pretty good day to count on doing, DBD. Okay, I swear I saw a monster. For like a frame, I saw a monster. Again, I'm gonna say this again. Anyone who wants and is able is more than welcome to join our Dead by Daylight playing. And we will be doing this more than once. I'd like to do games that we can play together. Not all the time, but once in a while. And the only reason I say not all the time is just because it can be difficult to set up the more people you get involved. Like, I don't do a lot of online games with friends solely because of the fact that it's a bitch to get our schedules to line up. But for the stream, and where I've, you know, Sky Knight, and I know some other people will be available on Tuesday nights. Solely because he has no friends. Evil got me. Little Hope co-op mode. I could do a Little Hope co-op mode with anyone who wants to. But I'm gonna reserve stuff like this for just the VIPs for now. Because I can't have a bunch of people coming in here being like, hey, I want to play games with you. That would get overwhelming quick. But if the VIPs have any games they'd like to play with me on stream specifically, I'd be pretty happy to. 1 million bits to play a game with me. Well, we're gonna start with Dead by Daylight, because that was Sky Knight's request. Sky Knight requested Dead by Daylight a long time ago. Yo, let's go to the boiler room. You're getting the fist of justice. This is the scariest part of the game for you. I'm about to die. I am shadowboxing, yes. You're gonna get wrenched. Equip. Why is this the scariest part of the game for you? Any reason? Just because you don't like the basement? Or does something happen that I'm not aware of? Fuck. I did not mean to use that many. Hit the motherfucker. Monsters are hard to see. They are kind of hard to see, yeah. Oh, they attack quick too, which is fucking annoying. Bye-bye health. I'm ODing on potions right now. I'm gonna start seeing Sephiroth. Cool hallway. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do my classic survival horror shtick and just, not kill anything. I'm just gonna run. Just gonna run. Pretend the enemies are arbitrary. Obstacles just block my path. Wow, a lot of cool doors in this area. Alright, well, that's... the whole area was pointless. I wasted all my health items for nothing. Ah, there's that thing I saw for like a frame. I bet he's cool and doesn't insta-kill you or anything. I just realized my flashlight was off, by the way. Might have been helpful to turn that thing on. Stairs. Okay, I can go this way, but I want to check if I can go the other way. Might as well do as much in the basement as I can now, so I don't have to come back. Map? No, I guess not. Alright, cool, let's leave. got the big wrench. Yo, this Ratchet and Clank game is really weird. So I realized something, energy drinks probably aren't health items, they probably just let you run longer. And so I just wasted all of those, if that's what they do. And now I'm sad. I'm gonna have a heart attack now, I just drank like 3. I just thought the game wanted to be funny and give you an energy drink as a healing item. Because, you know, the stigma that energy drinks had back in 2008. They're killing our children! They're turning them into devil worshippers! Yes, because Silent Hill is notorious for its comedy. Funny you say that. Name another game that has an alien ending as a regular occurrence, and a dog ending, and outtakes for the cutscenes, and I don't think the dog ending is the UFO ending, Evil. I think they're 2 separate endings. Regardless, it doesn't change the fact that 1, 2, and 3 all have a joke ending, at least. Thanks for the ammo, kid. No, he might be right. I might be remembering them as separate endings in 2. But I know for a fact that 1 and 3 both have alien endings. Here, I'm gonna look this up real quick. You ready? Silent Hill 2 dog ending. Silent Hill 2 Alien ending. They are separate endings, Evil. Get fact-checked. How many endings are in Silent Hill 2? There's the Leave ending, In Water ending, Maria ending, Rebirth ending, Dog ending, UFO ending, and that's it. Sorry to break it to you, Evil, but you lost this round. I bet he's crying right now. Okay, alright. Let's focus on the game, shall we? We got another hour and a half, give or take. I would like to at least finish this asylum section before we end tonight. Just don't really like to end off in an area like this and then try to pick up on it, you know, in a week. Kind of a pain in the ass. Alright, we're going back down into the basement, but this time in the other world. Oh, I should save. I should save. But you know why I remember the UFO ending from 2 so much, and 3? Because...
Ah! I've always hated you! You and your devil son!
Oh God, Helen! My dear Helen! You really are dead! What will I do?
Your son drinks Monster, thus making him the devil. Anyway, in Silent Hill 1, the UFO ending, Harry gets kidnapped by aliens. Silent Hill 2's UFO ending, aliens show up to kidnap James, and Harry is amongst them, but he still looks like a PS1 character. And then in Silent Hill 3's UFO ending, James and Harry show up. James looking like a PS2 character, and Harry still looking like a PS1 character. Barbed wire is stretched across the cubicle. I'm gonna need some scissors. Or a kitchen knife. Can I actually just use like a sharp weapon to get rid of this? It's Angela's knife. Ha! I guess I don't give barbed wire enough credit. I think it's just a lot of commitment to a dumb joke. The UFO ending happened because they weren't sure how they were going to end the game. So they had people write down endings and put them in a box, and then they read off all the endings. And someone suggested that aliens should be the reason Silent Hill is so fucked up, and then instead of making that a canon ending, they made it a joke ending. The toilet looks blocked. I'm gonna need the Mario Brothers. Because plumbing's the game. They found a secret warp pipe while working on the drain. What does that say? Bang my son. Bring me my son. That's what it says. I can read. Yo, there's something in the bathroom. Hold, oh yeah, the clogged toilet. Are you sure there isn't something on your mind? Nah. Nah, I got the demons out before I started the stream, don't worry. Another weapon. Jesus Christ, I'm not even gonna know what weapons to use when I have to use them. Not gonna think too hard on that. Yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, it was just a joke. I make jokes where I make fun of evil, and sometimes I make jokes where I make fun of myself. It's just the kind of person I am. Alright, I didn't see what that key was for, so let's check. Patient belongings room. What is a matron? Someone left their doll. I'll leave it here in case they come looking for it. What a nice guy Travis is. He saves children from burning buildings and leaves dolls behind for children. And... oh, matron. You're right. It is probably matron. Dr. Hars has the key. Sick. Fithos. Lusek. The door is sealed shut. Someone has written across it. The message reads, Dr. Harris has the key. Fithos. Venosek. Akitosh. Pazuzu. Who are we summoning? Yeah, you were close. I mean, you were close enough that phonetically it sounds correct. Oh, can we open this door? The door is unlocked. Fire point. I told you how my dad beat it twice in like 1 year, right? Because of how much he likes that game. The door is ajar. Here's an ajar jar. Here's Jar Jar. Here's Jar Jar in an ajar jar. Do you do that voice? Jar Jar Binks? No, I can't do Jar Jar Binks. I regret to inform you. Female hydrotherapy, female therapy room. I am not even going to try to do Jar Jar, because I just can't. It's not going to come out. I had a follower once whose username was Buff Jar Jar Binks, and his profile picture was exactly what you'd expect. I think he's still following, he just hasn't been around for a while. Is it one of the most hated voices in all of cinema? I don't know if it was his voice that was hated so much as his character. This hydrotherapy bath must be broken because the water is boiling. There's a key at the bottom, but there's no way I can reach it without scalding myself. Yeah, press the button. Cool. What room is directly below this? Perfect. Hopefully that, wait, maybe basement level. East Pipe Room is probably where we have to go. Alright, well, that sucked. Man, medical practices and, like, the illnesses that they were trying to treat sounds like such a shitty time in human history. Like the kind of shit you would have to deal with while also being treated in a place like this. Evil would know. He's been alive since the Black Plague. Alright, let's go back down to the basement. I have to go to the pipe room. Sorry for checking the map a lot, I just don't want to get lost. Down, down. Hopefully I can take this all the way down to the basement. I'm gonna put my gun on in case we run into that cool enemy. How do I reload this thing? I probably have to do it in the menu. Hold on. Okay, that was a cool glitch. Did you see what just happened there? It swapped the health bottle and the ammo and swapped their names. It's a sanity effect. Okay, down that way and past the monster that I didn't really want to deal with. We're just gonna take it nice and slow, and maybe we won't run into the slug. Thing. Nope, haven't run into that since that initial cutscene. Although I wouldn't be surprised if we run into it again soon. Okay, here's the pipe room. That key better have ended up here somewhere. Looks like a sewage outflow. All the sewage from the pipe drains down here stinks to high heaven. Pour some bleach down that hole. I bet that would have a pretty cool effect on the air. Not bleached holes specifically, so much as the idea of bleaching, like, piss and shit and creating toxic gas that can knock you out from breathing too much of it in. Pneumonia plus bleach isn't like a great combination. I guess there's nothing I can do with this yet. I need something I can like dip down there. My lucky quarter. I've had this quarter since I was a kid, from when my parents died. It's kind of a lucky charm. Has something scratched onto it. Looks like 61. That's his quarter that he uses to get free lives at arcade machines. Also, my health bar has glitched out. That is the first, like, noticeably bad graphical glitch I've seen. I'm gonna guess the key went down there. Or maybe the key is in the clogged toilet, and then when I unclog the toilet, it'll fall down here. Wouldn't that be, like, a cool chain of events. Okay, so that room turned out to be not a whole lot. At the moment, anyway. Let's go to the other world and then come down here. Okay, so that storage room is locked from the other side. How the hell are you supposed to get in it? Wait. Yo, Evil, you still hanging out? Still wrapping Christmas gifts? I hope you're enjoying the stream. I feel like I'm playing I feel like I'm kind of playing the game like a dickhead, and I don't really mean to. But I am enjoying it quite a lot. You're done? I'm done. I feel like there's something suspicious about this wall here. Okay, well, there goes that idea. Alright, never mind. Wait, I thought I put a pipe on. How did I end up with, like, a scalpel in my hand? What the hell? Oh, that's a scalpel. I thought that was a pipe. Nope. Can't break the wall down. Travis is not strong enough. We're not James from Silent Hill 2. By the power of Grayskull, I have the power! Oh, also, I realized why my mic doesn't always pick up the Toad voice. I have noise reduction on, which cancels out background noise. Like, I can have my AC on cranked all the way up. And, you guys can't hear it, because I've got noise reduction on, which is an AI that cancels out background noise. Sometimes when I do the Toad voice, the AI thinks it's just background noise and mutes it. It's kind of like when I try to make, like, annoying sounds into the microphone, and then they get those get canceled out too. I mean, I'm gonna leave it on because it cancels out background noise and helps make my audio sound more professional. But, yeah. Anyway, it made sense to me when I realized that's why my audio cancels out sometimes, or my Toad voice specifically doesn't get picked up. The AI running my audio software hears it and goes, not having that. The toilet looks blocked. There's a metal ringing in the pipe. Sounds like something is stuck. Should I flush it? Yeah. I was right. Toilet has been flushed. And now the key is in the basement. I flushed the toilet, the ringing noise has stopped. Anything that was stuck in there has been flushed down through the system. So your bathwater, your gamer girl bathwater gets flushed and ends up in the toilet, which then gets shit in, and then gets flushed and ends up in the basement. I'm not psychic. I can't pretend to be psychic. It was just a really good guess on my part. But I'll tell you your fortune for 500 bits. Yo, look at the ass on that thing. Yo, is it speeding up? What the hell are you? I'm afraid that if I get too close to you, you'll, like, swallow me whole. It's like a demented walrus. Yeah, execute that motherfucker. Oh yeah, I forgot to do it because I took a nap as soon as I got home and woke up 20 minutes before I started the stream tonight. But I'm gonna add a redeem for use your limit break. It'll cost like 2,000 channel points. And it'll be one of the most useless redeems I'll have. And it'll be acceptable to use during any game. It doesn't have to be Final Fantasy. There's a key in the drain, but I can't reach it through the grate. For fuck's sake. I foresaw that coming. God damn it. Use your lucky quarter. You have chewing gum and some string. No. But I got Gorilla Glue and pubic hair. There is something fucked on my mind tonight. I'm not really sure what, but... That was kind of a reference to Silent Hill 2, where you find a hair, and you attach a hook to it and use it to fish a key out of a drain. But it was a head hair, I'm pretty sure. My energy drinks finally wore off. Well, it was an awfully long hair, so I'm just gonna assume it was a head hair. Alright, we still need to go to the patient belongings room, wherever the hell that room is. Let's find that room. Wow, it's all the way back at the entrance. I bet there's gonna be a string in there. I'm gonna be pissed. If there's some sort of string in there, or like fishing pole. Actually, I hope it's a whole-ass fishing pole. Alright, best route to get back there. Through that door, through that door. And those stairs. I guess. No, through the East Solarium. There we go. Shadow Man. Oh, by the way, I'm buying an adapter. I'm buying an adapter for my N64 that lets me plug it into HDMI so that I can capture my N64 on my capture card. And then, after this game, we're gonna play Resident Evil 2 Classic, the N64 version. On actual hardware. Because it's been a while since I played a Resident Evil game on stream, and I'm clamoring to. Leon in low poly, exactly. Back when he had very red hair. Because we are going to do 2 remake at some point, but I want to do the original first. Yo, what's this? Dr. Harris, our magpies have been at it again. This time they swallowed the damn keys for archives in the basement. Don't worry, Gary has taken Mr. Magpie to the TB ward, and I'm taking Miss Magpie to the hydrotherapy. We'll make them spit the keys out. This job would be great if it weren't for the patients. Wow, you don't say. Working with crazy people is difficult. I'm sorry, I don't mean that to sound offensive. It's more of a getting a job at a hospital shouldn't be expected to be easy. Shotgun ammo. Am I gonna get a target shotgun? Status report 27-1961. Patient Mrs. age 35 examining Dr. Harris. Notes Mrs. Blank condition has degraded dramatically in the last few months. Her fantasies of a mirror world have become more acute, and she spends more and more time in an apparent catatonic state. She claims that during this time she is in the other world. Please express yourself using long-winded paragraphs where a single word would have sufficed. I'm not sure what you're saying, Sky Knight. She now has full recollection of her attack on her son, but she shows no remorse for the incident. Indeed, she seems proud, almost smug, of her attempted filicide. I am worried that this behavior could be a side effect of the increased doses of epolinium that the patient has been prescribed. I have asked for her dose to be halved and hope to see positive results shortly. Why use lot word when few word work just as well? Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think I said anything unpolitically correct. I was just saying, like... I was just clarifying that I was saying it's not the patient's fault. Because in real life medical workplaces, unfortunately, there are lots of doctors and nurses, mostly nurses, who tend to think that somehow the patient making things difficult for them is the patient's fault. And I'm not saying this is a case with all nurses or all doctors. It's just, you know, there is a minority out there that react that way towards patients. I know from personal experience with a local hospital that happens to be pretty much across the street. If you're gonna get a job as a medical worker in any field, you should be ready for, you know, patients to give you a hard time. I got the shotgun. Yeah, I wouldn't compare working at a fast food restaurant to working with medical patients in any field. Fast food restaurant is definitely an easier job. There's no doubt about that. This looks familiar. I like not being able to see what's ahead of me. What the fuck? Oh, thanks. What the hell? Why is this thing... Ow! Shotgun. 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 Equip. Whoa, see, look, the shotgun turned into a handgun. Except it didn't, it's just a weird graphical glitch. Die. Christ, fuck the camera in there. Yeah, let's just fuck the player. If I stand still for a second, will my heart stop beating? Or is it going to do that forever because I'm at low health now? Maybe I can find a room with health and no enemies. I'm not taking any chances now that I'm at, like, no health. Ampoule! Like candy from the gods. All jobs offer their frustrations. It is a shame when that anguish is misdirected. No, I understand what you're saying. I think there are ways to circumvent that, and I think it's important to try and alleviate stress on employees in any field whenever possible. By that I mean trying to guarantee that employees get ample time off when needed. Things like that. Not overworking people is a pretty good way to keep them from stressing out at work. But unfortunately, not every workplace has the luxury of having enough employees. So we get stuck with people who get overworked because they're good at their job and they are willing to stick around because they need the money or they like the work they're doing. There's nothing, I think, more important for a workforce than a healthy environment to work in. It's just unfortunate that that is not ever guaranteed, no matter where you work. Alright, before we change floors... Also, I don't have maps of the other floors. For some reason. I can't look at them. Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Very funny, Neo. This asylum section is quite a lot longer than the hospital section was. Which is fine. I just hope we're able to finish it within the hour. You guys are getting writing credits for tonight's stream. For those jokes, those Family Guy level jokes. Health, excellent. Put the gun away, we got health. And a note. Attending officer's report, 11/4/1959, Inno, VA 454510. When I arrived at the fuck house, the ambulance was already at the scene. The neighbor, Mr. Bryant, who first called in the incident, had restrained Mrs. Wood, and the paramedics were attending to the child. The husband, Mr. Wood, had not yet arrived back from his place of work. Thanks to Bryant's intervention, the gas had been turned off and the house ventilated. However, there was still a strong smell, and I deemed it necessary to call the fire department as a precaution. It appeared that Mrs. Wood had attempted to get herself and her child. When I spoke to the suspect, Mrs. Wood said she was uncooperative. It seemed enraged. She demanded I release her so she could kill the devil child. She was clearly not in control of her mind. Mr. Bryant commented that several times in the previous weeks he had heard loud arguments and screams from the house. He said Helen has not been well for a while. Listen, if you keep giving me documents with blanks, I'm just going to fill in those blanks with the first word that comes to mind. So Mr. and Mrs. Wood live in the fuck house. Mad Libs, exactly. How much wood could woodchuck chuck wood? Absolutely, nailed it. I didn't flub it up at all. Alright, well, we're doing the old Silent Hill run around of going around and checking every door and every room until we find the string and hook we're looking for. I'll go to the basement last. Alright, I'll go to the basement next. Old Travis has got his double-barrel shotgun already. Alright, we'll start by checking this door. Broken. Cool. Maybe this door will have a mirror in it. And that's how we get into the storage room in the other world. Hammer. Ampoule. Cool. Haha! Alright guys, who wants their first psychic reading? Because obviously I do have a talent for this. Who wants their future told? Wait, did I just get item I needed? Or was that a weapon? Must have been a weapon. Jesus Christ, does this game give me a few more weapons? Meat hook. Ah! Alright, I gotta go back to the other world. I'm pretty sure I'm not done there yet. Skydive, I predict that in 6 months, your subscription to this channel will expire. How'd I do? I was off by 5 days, give or take. Why did you put a ooh-woo in there? I've never seen you post an ooh-woo, aside from that bee. If you want to count that. Ooh-woo. To mimic me actually saying ooh-woo aloud, haha. Okay. I got the key. I guess I didn't need to get a string and a hook. Just had to come to the other world where that turned into a cool hole in the ground. So this is what, like, evil boiler rooms look like in, like, alternate realities. Cthulhu boiler rooms. Alright, so we got the key to the archive. And the archive is where? Where is the archive? What do you mean in an alternate reality? We're in the other world, dude. This is what this is what Evil's boiler room looks like. Now Evil's having a moment of, wait, they don't look like this? Alright, fuck killing these enemies, I'm just gonna run for it. Catch me if you can, motherfucker! Adam is too drunk to be an effective conversationalist tonight. I'm not even a little bit drunk. The vodka in the bottom of that glass was about like that. I drank a little bit more than that when I took my nap, but that wore off after I woke up. This is mostly Coke. I'll admit it. I'm a pussy when it comes to drinking alcoholic beverages. Alright, we got the key to the archive. Archive, where is the archive? Is it here? Doctor's office? No, that's the doctor's office. Archive. Are you saying you're less than a lightweight? I mean, I can drink a lot and maintain coherent thoughts. But if I drink even just a little bit more than I've drank right now, I'll start to get a little, like, tipsy. I reach the tipsy phase quickly, but then I don't go past tipsy for a while. Must be the Irish heritage. It takes very little alcohol to move through the stages. It takes very little alcohol for me to reach the first stage of alcoholic consumption. But then it takes a lot for me to reach. Spoken like a true alcoholic. Must be the Irish. I am not an alcoholic. I don't know. I mean, not that I need to defend myself on my stream, but I haven't had a drink in months. I'm not... I don't often feel like having a drink. Okay, I'm going to start looking on the left side of the map now, because archive must be on the left side if it's not anywhere on the right side. If I were a sanitarium, where would I put my archive? Oh, it's on the 3rd floor. Found you. Alright, so we get there. The best route to get there, up those stairs. Up those stairs, like, no. Up the stairs once. Through there. Up those stairs. Perfect. I've got the route. Nice ass. I'm not gonna finish this area before 8. So says evil. You're lying or you're begging for trouble? Yeah, I would never tie shots to drinking. I have thought about doing a drinking game on stream. Maybe on, like, New Year's or something. Like Dark Souls, where every time we die, I take a shot. But the problem with that is I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good at Dark Souls. Which means that I would spend the night sober. But I don't think Twitch is the platform for stuff like that. Personally. While part of me thinks it could be fun, I don't know if it's something I'd ever actually do. Well, Evil, I may not finish this area before 8, but I'm gonna try my hardest. And we all know what that means. Yeah, I have the good fortune of I've never gotten completely wasted. I've never drank enough to get, like, a hangover. I always drink in pretty good moderation. Even when I'm out with friends, I manage to keep it under control. Mostly. I'll be tipsy and, like, goofy, but I won't be belligerent. Ayut. It's not ayuk, it's ayut. I know you'll get it eventually, Sky Knight. You're so close. Oh, I did say goofy, didn't I? I just thought you were trying to agree with me in Mainer speak. That was cool. What was up with the random heartbeat? Another portable TV. I actually brought the story up at work today. I was rather delighted by this little-known piece of expression. Well, I'm glad you're sharing the things you're learning on stream with your workmates. Allow me to teach you a little bit more wisdom.
You had to? Please, help me understand.
That's what you do with pests. That's what you do, isn't it? And he was a pest. Oh, he was a bad boy. Always has been. I tried to pretend he wasn't, but they were there to make sure I didn't forget.
They?
The people in the mirrors. They see it all. What's really going on.
What's going on?
Their idea?
Yes. They saw the devil inside of him. I had to kill him. My responsibility. My flesh and blood. I brought him into this world, so I had to take him out of it. Good wombs can bear bad sons, they say.
No, that's an expression.
What I did was wrong.
I just want to understand. Helen.
No. You want to keep me locked up, Doctor. But you can't. I can leave whenever I want. I can step through that mirror and into their world. This world is just a daydream.
Helen?
When will they bring me my boy?
Okay. Here's some more wisdom for you to share with your workmates, alright? Boys have penises and girls have vaginas. Who is your daddy and what does he do? I just got a fucking katana, by the way. Ah, yes. Prime katana wielding stance. You have brought great dishonor to your family. Where is the... Okay, this better not be those fucking things that, like, charge at you. Is that a dog? What the hell was that? I don't like Silent Hill dogs. Oh, it's just the ass guy. Alright, cool. Yeah, you can't out-quick time me, motherfucker. That is a good line. What's the diff? And then you got that Jim Carrey movie, Liar Liar. Oh, that was a quote from Liar Liar? I thought you were still quoting Kindergarten Cop. Well, I accidentally got the reference. It's been a while since I've seen either movie, so I'm not gonna remember them, you know, word for word, but... The scene I remember the most in that movie is him beating the shit out of himself in the bathroom. And almost getting away with having the trial postponed, and then... the judge just had to go and ask him if he could still continue. And then I remember the scene... Yeah, I love that. Oh, what a line. I remember the scene when he plays the tape of the characters, like, getting it on. I see, Sky Knight, you're either a fan of that movie or you just have a very good functioning memory. But it would appear as though you've seen that movie at least once or twice. I like it too. I should rewatch that movie. I haven't seen it since I was a kid. And this is the part where Evil chimes in and goes, 3 weeks ago! I mean, it doesn't surprise me too much. The first time I saw Austin Powers was with my grandmother. And the first time I saw the first live-action Resident Evil movie was with my grandmother. My grandmother loved movies. She bought them all the time. Executed. Ah, thank you. That's not mine. A decrepit fuse box. Okay. Cool. Very important information, I'm sure. I love that. There's so... Skynight, you're remembering so many good lines from those movies. I love the first one too, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I love all three of those movies. I feel like they all... I mean, I know this is just my opinion, but I feel like all three of those movies stand on pretty good, even ground with each other. I think one of my favorite lines from 2 is when Frau tells Dr. Evil that she'll never love another man. And then he thinks about the future and he's like, that's true. I have to go check these stairs over here. Vomit blast. When Travis slows down when he's running, I feel like he's toying with the monsters, like a parent running away from a kid. Like, oh no, don't catch me. My favorite part about that whole scene is the fact that afterwards, Austin tells Basil that Vanessa was a fembot, and Basil's response is, yes, we knew all along, and Austin's just confused, and then they drop the whole thing. Like, we just needed an excuse to get rid of Vanessa as a character, and then plot point gone. Now I need to rewatch those movies, Jesus. Medications, do not mess up. Room 1, trizanthium. Room 2, natium. Room 3, oporium. Room 4, solorium. Room 5, natium. Remember, pills only for patients. Yeah. In Like Flynn, that's one of my favorite movies. That's another line I remember from that scene. Cool razor blade collection you got here. I love the scene of him catching up with everything that's happened in the first movie when he gets out of cryo freeze. He's like watching all the VHS tapes and stuff to catch up with world history. The face he makes at the moon landing is just excellent. Perfume bottles, the tops are off, so everything inside evaporated a long time ago. A dressmaker's dummy. Okay. So we got, like, a clothes... Is this one of those puzzles where I have to look at what's inside each room and try to guess which patient belonged to which room? Heavily barred. There are piles of uneaten food. Smells awful. Anorexic, presumably. Set of scales. Eating disorder at the very least. Looks like they've seen a lot of use. Okay, well, there's definitely something going on in this room. Not sure what. We're gonna have to come back when we know what. I think it's completely random what we remember sometimes. And I also think that we remember a lot more than we realize. The trouble is accessing that memory. Ever seen Clue? With Tim Curry? Absolutely, if that's what you're talking about. It's another movie I used to watch with my grandma all the time. There's an ornate cabinet here with 5 miniature dolls screwed into its top. Take a look. Yeah. This has to do with the puzzle from earlier. Razor blade, dude. And we got pills. Pills here. Razor blade dude is room 1. I love that movie. I remember, because one thing I remember about that movie is the DVD version, which is what my grandma had. You could put it on so that it would randomly select one of, like, 3 endings. So that who did it could change each time. I mean, who had the bright idea to make such a fun movie based on a board game? And pull it off? Alright, there were 5 rooms, but we could only go in 3 of them. From left to right, first room was Razor Blades dude. Second room was Dressmaker. Second room, by second room I mean third. Fifth room was Skinny Guy, which means we need to figure out which room is the knife dude, and who the fuck is this? What's so special about this guy? So Knife Guy and Big Guy. I'm gonna assume Big Guy is in the room that was barred up. We did just save, so hold on, let me read this note real quick. About the pills. Pills. Which report was it about the pills? No. Clipboard? Yes. Okay, can you guys give me a hand with this one real quick? Because I'm gonna assume that Oporium and Solorium are different colors. Are they different colors? Because to me, they're both green. Oporium is yellow, Solorium is green. Okay, so Trizanthium, the red one, needs to go to Razorblade dude. Nodium needs to go to whoever's in room 2. Oporium needs to go to yellow. You said Oporium was yellow. Right, okay. Oporium needs to go to Dressmaker. Solorium needs to go whoever's in room 4. Nautium needs to go to room 5. So blue in room 2 and 5. Red in 1. Okay. Now let me break this down into colors so I can remember. Red, Razorblade. Blue, I'm assuming Knife Guy. Yellow, Dressmaker. Green, Big Guy. And then blue again. Okay, this one's red. You get red. Mmm, delicious. Blue. Room 2. I'm gonna assume you're room 2. Which one is yellow? Which one's yellow between these two? Left or right? Left. Okay. Yellow goes to room 3, dressmaker. And then number 4, I'm going to assume is the big guy because his door had bars in front of it. And finally, blue for you. Okay, I'm going to assume I did that wrong. Let me swap yours. Haha! I got Dr. Harris's key. And now the creepy music begins. I need to look up the cast of the Clue movie real quick. Specifically, who played Miss Scarlet. Oh, fuck. Alright. I guess I thought girls with curly hair were cute when I was a kid because I found myself attracted to both Miss Scarlet from the Clue movie when I was a kid, as well as Ripley from Alien. It's too bad those two people have about 40 years on me. I'm gonna say Sigourney is a gilf. I'm sorry, that's rude. I shouldn't say stuff like that. The streamer apologizes for every comment made in jest up to this point. Skyknight kind of spurred me on, though, when he goes, I mean, Sigourney is Sigourney, and then, woof. Ugh. Oh, yeah, I got a key. I was like, what am I doing next? I got a goddamn key. Where does it go? Where does it come from? Where does it go? Where does it come from? Got no clue. Alright, Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris key. Where is Dr. Harris's office? Is that just doctor's office? But in the other room? In the other world? I'm gonna assume, because that's where we found the note about where to get the key. So, we want to go back. We have to go back! By cue the music, I assume you're talking about Word Up 8-bit. Because Evil was onto something there. Okay, cool. Just run into the monster. Yeah, just run into the monster. Running for your life, it's Shia LaBeouf. Brandishing a knife, it's Shia LaBeouf. What is Tanner 30gasm? I'm sorry. I don't know what that means. Those are foreign words to me. I'm gonna assume it's Twitch lingo for something. It's an emote that doesn't work here. I get that part, yeah. Anyway, why would you... I don't know if I could get away with a Sigourney Weaver emote. As much as I'd love to have a Sigourney Weaver emote on this channel for no reason. I think Twitch is like, no celebrity faces. I'll have to write her a letter and ask for permission. Dear Mrs. Weaver, I've been a huge fan of yours ever since pre-pubescent age. I do not look like Wario. That's not even an insult, but... Evil, you know not what you do. I do not wish to possess a vial of anybody's bathwater. I'm sorry, Sky Knight. Dear Miss Weaver, I have been a fan of yours, but since I was a young lad. After witnessing your delightfully curly hair in Alien, feelings began to grow within me like that of water in a well. I couldn't believe that story when I heard it. I literally said aloud, what? I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that girl too. She went to prison at some point. I'm pretty sure for that whole thing. or something to do with that. I don't... Okay, don't... You'll have to fact check me on this because I am not a reliable source of information on the topic of specific gamer girls. But she went to... She got locked up for a little while for selling... for fraud. Because it was found that the water she was selling wasn't really her bathwater. Or something like that. Listen, that's just what I heard, okay? That does not mean that that is the truth. Nothing of any use on this desk. I got the Jocasta Artifact. And music. The new patient, Helen Grady, arrived today. I was surprised to see how calm and well-behaved she was. After reading her notes, I was worried that she might be something of a handful. The woman is in complete denial and claims no recollection of the incident which saw her committed. Indeed, she has asked repeatedly to be allowed to see her son. I have agreed with her husband that it is best that the boy be kept away from his mother. While there seems little hope for any long-term recovery, I look forward to spending some time with Miss Grady. Her condition is most fascinating. Yeah, I mean, if you don't care that much, you can just take my word for it. I'm just saying, I'm just giving you a disclaimer so you don't go sharing the information with your coworkers and have them be like, actually... One of my favorite images I've ever seen is a kid doing like a fist bump, and it's like 4th of July is over, everything on the internet is true again. 4th of July? April 1st? Why did I say 4th of July? It's all a conspiracy. The fact that I messed up the joke made the joke better. Okay, what did I get out of that cool room? That's right, Jocasta Artifact. The symbol is made of metal and has the word Jocasta etched into its base. Well, what do I do with it? Use. I can't use that item here. Cool. Examine. A tetrahedron with the word future engraved on its side. Feels heavier than it looks. I'm sorry, but I don't... Adam, that was a hoax. The 4th of July? Or the fact that after April 1st, everything on the internet is true again. She was never arrested. See, Evil went and looked it up because he was curious enough. That's why I tell you not to take anything I say for, as fact. Because I didn't care enough about it to fact check myself. The music makes me feel like I'm leaving. So I guess I'm gonna go leave. I'm taking audio cues. Don't believe my scams. Exactly. Daddy, Mommy, and Travis. Cool. I'm in that. But Adam, you are the one true source of fact as one of the facets of the internet. I don't think I'm a facet of the internet, and I think if I'm a facet of the internet, then we're all doomed. Doomed to a life of torment. Hell has already arrived if I'm a facet of the internet. Adam is a cancer of the internet. That's more accurate, I think. I'm going to sing the Doom song now. How does the Doom song go? Also, here's some ammo that I forgot to pick up. Oops. Because the only Doom song I know is like dun 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 dun, etc. I'm Aries. My astrological sign is Aries. I can't leave until I know what happened to that girl. Okay. That answers that question. I'm a stubborn old goat. A stubborn old space goat. Ah, Invader Zim. I don't know what Invader Zim... I've never seen Invader Zim, I regret to inform you. Alright, we're not done here. Evil was right, we're not gonna finish this by 8 o'clock. Evil, how close are we to finishing this part, though? Because I can stay up a little bit and finish this and still get enough sleep before tomorrow. If we're close to finishing it. Maybe 15-20 minutes. Alright. I can try to do that. I can try to do that. How much shotgun shells do I have? Also, is anyone surprised that I was right? Yes, I'm very surprised that you were right. I always know just what to say. It's my talent. Was this a medkit? Oh, hell yeah. And shotgun ammo. It kind of bothers me that it's not called shotgun shells, but that's fine. God, there's items everywhere in this game. Yeah, evil keeps me in check. He bullies and belittles me into, submission. It's like a drill sergeant, breaking you down mentally, so that you're easily molded into the perfect soldier. Do you want help, Adam, or no? I mean, I'm fine with or without help. If... I always ask that help is as spoiler-free as possible, and I ask that help is not like... Here's a walkthrough. I think I'm good with help at the moment, though, but if we get really late into this, I will ask for help. Guys, I'm gonna be... This might sound strange. This might sound like a very foreign concept, but I do not want to be famous. I'm very content with being not famous. I need to go over to the thing on the left there and swap to the other world. That's what I need to do. Yeah, help messages must be written in haiku form only. 767. Okay, going upstairs worked. Thanks, Evil. How do I get back over onto that side? Now I've gone and forgotten how I got over there. Ever. Hey, anyone remember how I got over there? The other world. Not seeing it. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, obviously, I remember being over in that left area doing the pill puzzle and stuff, but I don't remember how the hell I got over there. Isn't that weird? Oh. Fuck, I'm stupid. I used the wrong portal to come over here. Time for another Coke and vodka. Really get the brain juices flowing. Why did they have to do this? You can't go through the door, but you can go through the door next to it and then go through the door next to it on the other side. Fun and engaging gameplay. Yep. I don't mean to actually sound like that, though. The game, it has been a lot of fun, and I've been enjoying it very much. It hasn't scared me so much yet. I'm hoping that maybe it will get scary. I know other Silent Hill games don't scare me all the time either, but they have their moments. Silent Hill 2 definitely has its moments that creep me out. But any survival horror game where I can fight back is much harder for me to feel scared. Soma is a game that I find terrifying, and it's mostly because I can't fight back. I think the more helpless you make me, the more scary I get. But at the same time, Silent Hill 2, 1 and 2, are both games where you can fight back, and yet they both still have moments that I find very scary. I never felt like I had enough weapons in this game. I feel like I have too goddamn many. I've also dedicated my life to survival horror games since the age of, like, 5. I was like 4 or 5 years old the first time I played Resident Evil. Granted, I wasn't very good at it, and I didn't really understand what was going on. I'm sure I won't feel like I have too many weapons soon, but at the moment I do feel like I have too many. Alright, we go down into the basement, and then we swap there, and see what we can explore. Part of the reason I have so many weapons is definitely because I used my fists a lot at the beginning, and then also got to the point where I just stopped killing enemies. My last Silent Hill experience was also Silent Hill 2 on hard, which was a bitch. And made me want to tear my eyes out at the end. Alright, here we go. Swap. Amber Incident Report. Reporting staff member Simmons. Incident description. A male child entered into the sanitarium unchallenged and got through into female seclusion. Doors were left unlocked. He entered female seclusion room 5, at which point orderly Michaels observed him and alerted me. The boy was the child of a visitor and was taken away by his father. Failures. The doors to the female seclusion were left unlocked by the orderly, and the staff in the lobby failed to notice the boy when he arrived in the mezzanine area. Recommendation. All staff to be reminded of the importance of locking ward doors. Review of staff to be conducted by duty managers. Okay. Mezzanine. Cool thing to happen. What the hell is a mezzanine? Ugh, another weapon. I swear, eventually it's gonna be like, nope, carrying too much weapons. Like in a theater. That didn't answer my question. Ooh, we can unlock this door finally. Now I could swap to the other world and... No, wait. No, never mind. Locked doors don't transfer. Never mind. I take that back. Oh, okay. You're talking about the balcony seats? So it's not really like a second story floor so much as it's a suspended low story between two others. So it's like half a story. Okay, that really opened up a lot of new explorable areas, didn't it? Does unlocking that door somehow connect to the other world? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Okay, Evil, I am kind of lost now. I thought that would open up more options to me, and it doesn't really seem to have. Hmm. Where to go? What to do? What couldn't I do before? There are some doors in the female wing that I didn't check over there. That's about it. That I can see immediately. Oh, I always forget. How do I always forget? I don't know. What was the last thing you did? I got this cool looking cock ring. That's the last, like, notable thing I did. I found help in the magic book. Okay, if investigating the female ward turns into bust, you can provide the help. I will ask for the help, but let me check this first. Alright, straight through here. Swap worlds. Okay, there are doors here I haven't checked. Fuck this music, man. Yeah, it's pretty creepy. Have you ever heard of Nero's Day at Disneyland? No. It reminds me of music like this. Oh, wow. There's a strange depression carved into the door. Looking at it makes my head feel numb. How could I have missed this? Yo, Lisa. I thought you were at the graveyard.
You're here too? Can you see all this stuff? Is it all dark for you too?
It's so sad. They can't do anything for her. She just sits there. She wants her boy so badly.
Who are you talking about? Is the girl inside? Alessa? Is Alessa in there?
No. No! You know who's in there!
Okay. Oh, good. I was gonna say, where can I save before I do anything dangerous? Right here. Well, boys, it looks like we're about to be one Silent Hill origin stream down with no deaths.
Mama? Daddy said you were dead. Are you dead?
I'm not dead. Locked away. Out of sight, out of mind, not dead. I asked them to bring my boy to me.
Mama.
Come here, boy. Let Mama take a look at you.
Mama's got a badonkadonk. And nice teeth. Eat shotgun, bitch. Alright, this is the old trick of reloading in your inventory only. Why waste time reloading in real time when you can just do it in your inventory? I'm gonna use a pistol. I don't want to waste all my shotgun shells. Well, it's no Twin Pyramid Heads battle, that's for sure. I don't know if she's saying anything. Okay, that was pretty good. First boss down. Maybe, maybe. First boss suspended at a 90-degree angle in the air. Give me the triangle.
This is just like before. What's happening here? That thing, it couldn't have been. Are you making this happen? Are you doing this?
I'm just a little girl.
Wait. No. Don't go. I need to know.
Okay. Are we done yet? Yep. Alright, time to go. You know, Travis is a good protagonist, because he takes the time to lock the place back up when he's done. That way it's still locked next time a character decides to come through here. I'm sorry, what was that? Is that a ticket? A ticket for the Artand Theater. Ah, I guess that's the ticket that Sky Knight was talking about. Alright, we'll play till the next save spot, and then I'm gonna call it a night. Oh, cool. Don't run me over. Alright, one slight issue the game is having. When I pick things up, sometimes it skips past what it is. A key marked lumberyard. Oh. Can I drive there? No. That'd be too easy. I'm gonna assume items I picked up previously are still picked up. And here I thought you were just speed running. Huh, you think this is a speed run. I'm sorry to break it to you, Sky Knight. This is the opposite of a speed run. I'm what? No, no, no. I didn't call you anything. Ass camera. Oh wait, were you quoting were you quoting I'm what? To interstate. Oh, we can't get to the interstate. That's too bad. Is it just me, or is this car fucking massive? Jesus Christ, look at this thing. It's like a goddamn tank compared to Travis. What car is taller than the average man? I pointed the same thing out when we were playing the Evil Dead way back in the, Evil Within way back in the day. Sometimes games put cars in that are, like, ridiculously huge. I mean, maybe it's just me, but that car looked like it was scaled up a little bit. Just to make it more detailed on a smaller screen. Screw driving a truck, just drive a truck-sized car to work. Need a baseball bat to reach the gas pedal. So we cut through the butt checker shop, and then the lumberyard is there. Okay. Well, I guess you could tell I'm enjoying the game since it's so hard for me to put down. Thank you for the request and recommendation, Evil, because I've enjoyed this very much so far. I love Silent Hill, and it's nice to play one I've never played before. I'm glad you're enjoying watching me play. I was a little worried that you might be disappointed if I didn't get scared. And I was worried that you might be disappointed that I've been playing the game like a dickhead. And Q Evil saying you play every game like a dickhead. Okay, overwrite. I'm saving twice because I just need to make sure I actually saved. You are disappointed that I'm not scared. I'm sorry, Evil. I have plenty of games planned for Fridays that will scare me. I promise. If it's a game like this, I can't promise that it will, though. If I'm enjoying a game too much, it's hard for it to scare me. Maybe you should have drank vodka and Coke when you played it. Actually, I'm not gonna say that, because I wouldn't have been scared even if I hadn't had a little bit to drink. Having a little bit to drink just made me a little silly. Anyway, we're gonna conclude the stream here for now, but thanks for watching. We'll continue this next Friday. And, tomorrow, we're gonna do Metroid. I'm still not sure when we're gonna do Donkey Kong Country. It's probably going to be on a Wednesday or a Saturday. I'm just not sure what day I'm gonna do it on. Anyway, thanks to everyone who came by tonight. I hope you all have a good night. I'm gonna get ready and go to bed. I gotta get up early tomorrow. But maybe I'll see some of you tomorrow.